Oh, oh. So yeah, my recording cut out, which is really unfortunate. But just for the recording's sake, I'll repeat it. This might be the last one. It might not be. That's why it's Finale Fantasy for now. But till proven guilty. We'll see. But yeah, uh, don't worry. I was only like 30 seconds into the game.
Look who's here to meet us. Pity they don't seem fond of visitors. Nice try. Waken wind! Too slow. Nice try. Too slow. Nice try.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
First the skies, then the crystal.
Not Sangfordian, do you? Should last you a good while. And how am I meant to do that then? Bring me the materials, and I'll think about it. That it? Fine. So what do I owe the honor? Not Sangfordian, do you? And how am I meant to do that then?
Clive. Go on then. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Trouble with your gear, or... What do you want? Yeah, that should do you. No scratches, all right? Anything else?
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Best on. I reckon I can find a buyer. Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
There's something about it.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck, then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset. Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us. A withered, godless place where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
What will it be today? How may I help you today? Of course. Thus ends today's lesson.
What we gonna fuck?
come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. There's no turning back. This is where our journey was leading us.
I could pray to Metia for you. You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Something tells me this...
Clark Rutherford informs me that
I would have done this
You're far too modest.
from what little I...
But I was rather hoping... Alas, it seems that firm leadership we must move.
But where do we...
True, the realms are, as you've certain, and yet, in short...
But how would one even begin?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those... Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of pride, but I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal...
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. And as luck would have it, I've already...
Of course, yeah.
And he's agreed to help. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle. And he has certain... I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course. But the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And
That's the...
I'll leave for Randalar. Would you send us?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital.
Excellent.
No.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our shelter.
Pining for something. What is it? I never did ask where you got that anklet of...
From Sid, that's why.
That long?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Clap that there iron on him to keep him from do.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf. Torn away from his... Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you look... I reckon what he will look...
I'm sorry, Tom. Sorry for making you wait. Let's get that thing off you. Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, can't you?
Not nearly as much as you have.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to, then?
Shirley says your book's made quite an impression on the... What do you think happened to Miss...
Cid, you have...
With what?
No. Well, yeah.
It's Miss Midadol. Very strange.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there.
In the class.
That's what I said.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind.
Not long ago.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite...
You didn't break it, did you, Cid? You really should be more careful. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise.
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back together?
What?
She don't think...
Do you suppose it's magic keeping the thing afloat?
What else could it be?
Cid.
Of course.
It is an honor to... My name is Herman. I wish to be deployed to...
No. The lands across the Narrow are too... I will not send good men and women to risk their... Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. I was raised, or rather, it was not a place of nurture. We were tortured until we feared no pain, and few ever survived long enough to become tools.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many, but they must be remembered. They cannot... The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured. Cid.
You were a good... But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Cid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the...
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't...
You can start by telling me where I'll...
Vida Grace.
All right.
May them...
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Mid.
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise...
What else would I be...
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. Is this really so important that you need to shut your...
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so... I'm gonna do... The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. But not me. I've just... Well, almost.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, first I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light. Strong, preferably no longer attached.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse...
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well. Vivian, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking...
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down...
Please. You have all... It's only right that I return the favor.
You are too... Alas. What I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might... But perhaps it...
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book... It set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Mid needs a piece.
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em up. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you.
I do. Will any old Adam...
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a room, but don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind.
How are you doing? Here you go. Always something in there.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away.
Sid, I was wondering if you could...
It depends what...
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Cursebreakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suit.
I don't mind, but...
Because he wants to be... Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting... But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many...
Truer words. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and...
No time like the present.
No time like the present? Well...
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong?
I've received word from Cyril.
His will?
In the crypt, beneath... After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity, and in the process of doing so...
I'm surprised anything...
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter.
Very well. I am ready to...
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. And something else.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers, and it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. And even better for her. Bearers with no...
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever...
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, and we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as...
Thank you, Sid. There, Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing the thought of him held cap...
He must be very important.
He was.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls. We should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I, Doc. All right, Torgal. I'm going to need a little... Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... Why don't we try the rook? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there. Clive, my boy.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors...
The executor?
Coveters of a clandestine organization committed to the one such, a tale which could or so rumor has it.
How is it that I haven't heard of it?
Why? Secrecy. They lurk in the shadow.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executor.
But what drives them?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the exec, you may just as soon ask me of their...
In my hunt, what was Vivian?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light.
You're really going to go through with this then?
I am. But before I go...
If it's within my power to help you.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe.
Of course.
Thank you, Clive.
Lubor!
What is it, Ferda?
There's been a flood in the Velcroy. A damn big... The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. We need to evacuate. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make... Well?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, the children stay with me for now. I need you to tell them to prepare for a full and immediate...
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
What's an Akashic?
You have to listen to me.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
We do not know when the Akashic will strike, but...
Anything I can interest you in? Go with Gilbert.
What's Lupin raving about now? What's Lupin raving about now? What's Lupin raving about now? What's Lubor 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 raving about now?
Oh, sorry everybody. I had a bump, and I wasn't sure if it was ingrown hair or not. I really wanted to check to make sure it wasn't cancer or dying. My family has a history of skin cancer, so I like to check over every bump.
You lied about being one of us, and you're lying.
Why do they always have to make such a...
What do you want?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood. Out in the camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now. You need to begin preparing for a full...
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing...
Lubor, perhaps? The man spread... You may believe his lies, my lord.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at... If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all... Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither...
You may not trust me. But for the sake of your people, if there is any chance that this is true...
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Lord Ferda. Cid. I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the account. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate.
Cid! Ferda!
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend and Lubor isn't...
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far away!
Run!
Just go, Bearer!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on!
Just go. Just go.
Lubor.
Wait. Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratin. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts reports...
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to... When these creatures come, Dalimil will have the bitterest fight. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take this. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic Force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalimil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchants not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the...
Very well.
Where do I fit into this?
Where else but the most... I would like you to travel to the home of our main host is most likely still there. And Dalimil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily.
So you... All right then. Now it's simple.
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
I have some things for sale. Go safely now.
Are you buying or selling? Come again.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
inheritance.
It would seem that
The day before we left for
What are these plans? His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor. The complete emancipation of But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for with the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within it.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, nor would he. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one, at least.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it, at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Lord Marquis.
What is it?
One of our brethren, he sent an owl some...
Was he surveying another...
No. An ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash? A continent teeming with orcs and Akashic?
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
But Ash is a big place.
Perhaps Mickelberg. It lies, if all...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then...
Let's concentrate on finding the Third Chair first, shall we?
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father...
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasure's Iber. Alas, he did not live. He had intended to claim the Heartstone, but it was not to be.
I see.
It saddens me to bring. It was your father's wish that you be presented, but with his grace long since gone, and the stone left on. You are grown men, and while I would not presume to insist upon your, I know that nothing.
Thank you. What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am.
Do you know where we might find?
I do. Though it may be a match, it is found in the bellies of elder griffins. You see, we do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, your grace. In fact, this is the very same. Were you to slay it in his...
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
What are you looking for? Hey, Gilberts. I'll upon you.
Do you see that too?
What is it? Oh, please. Just make it stop. I'm scared.
Ambrosia won't help me here. Good girl. Run like the wind. Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall...
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal. Oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Nice try. A little longer. Field Marshal Havelip, are either of you in?
No, my lord. Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of, but I hadn't thought the corruption had reached. It's a fucking Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord, Mark, or is Sid the outlaw Mortior?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs...
Before I agree, I'd have you answer one. What do you stand?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further, but I seek a new beginning, and while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reason. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could, when it should have been our decision all along. But in order to take it, we must stand together.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. You are no... I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you.
But they...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well...
I'm flattered. And I have what we need.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Oh, but...
Well, beggars can't... I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis, your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. Someone like Quentin.
Fly, Ambrosia. There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside?
Isn't Barret a fucking bear?
We can't leave a single one alive. The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubor, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven, and we need not fear the victory.
We blood... Lubor, after all you have done for this chap.
But we did. And we only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a...
We do. But it is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we...
I see. But I will only accept...
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one
condition. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, here.
Lubor, about the children.
Fear not, I would sooner face... I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
Can't have all your hard...
Let's go. Eyes peeled, Joshua.
There it is.
For House Rossfield.
Griffin.
And the Heartstone.
Yes. This radiant luster like frozen flame. Thank you, your father.
Lady Goditha.
Thank you, Cyril. If you would excuse me. The armbands are complete. Pray, take. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent...
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies, both enemies who would thwart his vision.
Oh, and only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the time, but this was more than... It was a promise.
Thank you for remaining the steadfast custodian of our...
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely know. So...
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father of the deep love he had for both of you. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the...
And thank the Founder.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, and so my pursuit continued. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered. And that...
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us. For giving my service meaning.
The band. It must be gratifying to finally receive.
It is.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, let him see that you have received.
I suppose it would be church. What do you say, Clive?
I was hoping to be able to offer him my...
Your father's helm is enshrined there since the day we recovered it from... I prithee, claim it. For it, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your...
Thank you, sir. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Come on. Run like the wind. Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide? Looks like we found him. Awaken, wind! Let's go.
Faster!
This won't be easy.
This be Mickelberg.
Be safe.
Museum.
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here? Ah. Did you heed the call? No, to be honest,
Is that so?
What are you doing here?
It is my home.
You keep saying that.
They came to perform the rite. This village, where they shall cast their souls upon the
Give them.
Oh, Lord, let us be reborn in your loving arms.
They want to be. Forgive me. But did it?
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Let us be made pure.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you, Lord Rosfield?
That's right, and you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill.
He said that you had failed to report.
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. You have seen them at their prayer. They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord, praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked will, not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all. I too swore to devote my life to the service of my... And so I would see these people safe, that they might do their duty to their Lord.
You do understand?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills, and I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, forgive me, my lord. But I must remain here. Did you hear that, my lord?
I'll go and find out what... Beneath the flood. Echoes as well.
Ready, brother?
Ready.
Alright, well, that's pretty simple.
What now?
That one's firing?
We meet again. I've killed your kind before. That's better. Damn it. Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation. By devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashyyyk in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
I thought I was gonna have to kill them.
Welcome, welcome. Anything else?
My Lord Mark, I am glad.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver.
Thank you, my... He remained?
He died protecting the villagers from an egg. I buried him in Mickelberg.
If you could not save him...
The villagers, they prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came. And their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life...
Then he perished defending liberty. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause. It matters not only that the decision is we live according to the teachings of our order, for better or worse.
But he didn't die for your creed, and you still believe...
I believe we of the Undying are not slaves, but willing, and this was his will. The ultimate...
I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of... They died serving my house. That is
Of course, I shall fetch the Book of Mart. My lord, it the greatest honor of my... Though our duties may differ, yours, and were they here, I have no doubt.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by Akashic. I need to hurry. Right to the stables, girl. There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gate. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. If Chadwick was being held here...
Don't give up hope just yet. Let me check the ground floor.
Then I'll search the upper level.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough. Locked up tight. So this, and I doubt that. Minimal loss. Even the Imperials take better. They were feeding bearers to it. Nothing but Akashic down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on. Ambrosia won't help me here. No luck downstairs.
I know. Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And not just those who could fight, but and those who wouldn't or couldn't were...
I'm afraid.
Then we're too late. And I was...
Don't say that.
A key.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. Finish up here.
All right.
Let's see what we can find down here. Survivor. She sounds close. There's no need to be Are you alone? Are they in?
Some of the guards. They're still here. Everyone else...
Thank the...
It was worth our coming.
Ready when you poor thing. What?
He must have sent you. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster...
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep...
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the...
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers. Will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen. Finally.
Cid.
I'm fine. What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last.
Chadwick.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway.
No. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days.
She is. Slowly, I thank the flames we found her.
I know. I'm sorry we weren't able to...
There's no need to apologize. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. That's the man I remember.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past.
Of course, you already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us after so many years of training. The pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken...
But even in captivity, the battles he fought, and he died not as someone's tool.
Hyde Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles, and the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to...
Thank you, Doris.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Here you are. All done?
That's it right here. Oh, that was easy. I was just gonna go to finish the quest before I found it.
Straight home now. Guard dogs. Quite a specimen it is too.
What?
much for you, eh, Torgal? The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in? This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks? This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Let's see, shall... Get him! This one!
Impressive, but we have other means. We shall
Why do you want it so bad?
It lays out in no uncertain term. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted... Would you say that this interpretation was...
I don't know.
You don't? Your sword may be sharp, so let me answer. There is no correct. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But it is a question of number. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred...
So you're trying to control them?
We are trying to protect people from knowledge that would bring... That is all. You may keep the book. For now. The world is small. Until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Fly, Ambrosia.
I can walk from here. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here. Conditioning. Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. Forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried? There's something hidden among the root. This must be the registry. So many names. This place was... But where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed. Nice try. I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman. Is it? I might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
Threatening to pull their sentries from the market.
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now.
Your town needs you.
Do you have a...
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizen's watch, and though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist, so I was wondering if you would lend them your strength. Philippe,
where can I find the mistress?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the...
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you... I wish to speak to you about what...
Very well. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you. Indeed, I owe you for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from...
Does that not seem a trifle?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must... Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him, but he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common... We must fight him.
Fight him? No. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every... While I understand your frustrations, I cling to...
False hope. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good...
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. This is all about her and her father.
Family.
I'm sorry. Ah, yes. I was about to, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him.
Right away.
It's just a bit...
Your town needs you.
What does the dame have to say about it? So you are content to abandon the... Please, if you are a true son of Northreach, you must...
That's exactly... Or trying to, at least. The land.
Even when our true enemy is... Fine. You're not the only able-bodied... Thank you so much.
She cornered you too.
Could hardly get a word in edgeway. Like father, like daughter.
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her.
I bet that went well. Anyway,
What bring? Our mutual friend thought you might welcome.
Oh, she did, right? As always. We've had some reports, you see.
They're back.
Seems that way. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing...
Right.
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them some...
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's...
He'd have our coin, our stock and our...
Do you see anything you like? An excellent choice. You've a keen eye.
Pardon her. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate.
At your service.
Please, just Sid.
Oh, of course. The sergeant says you'll be evaluated.
To become a scout, yes.
I am. But I swore I'd face him. Just...
Who would that be?
Gav. It was no magic, no support, just one man and his no. It taught me what one man can do. And I've been training ever since. So that one day, I can be some...
You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll...
So... what?
You haven't even... Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there and bring it here.
And bring it here, right.
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost, you'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. Right, Ember. Impressed me. Good girl. Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town. Farewell. Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me. You all right?
I am. I dispatched the few that I found.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other.
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to... You head back to Northreach.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on stirring up ill feeling towards her father. She'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dane was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sanbreque, just as Great Griga wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured, the people will play their part. The herbalist has should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale.
Thank you, milady.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. I only hope I can go some way to evening the... Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of them.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to I've fought a few of these things. And well, I can't promise to hold them all back.
All right.
Thank you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
When the fighting begins, we can take refuge.
Fly, Ambrosia.
There are so many of them.
Not for long.
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun. That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fare. Better hurry back to town.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is... How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls...
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for
You were right. And I had thought that the only way to unite the people, that without a strong hand, they would drift apart. To be born hither and yon but you, not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess given, but by simply being one of them.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your... You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Pup. I should never have taken things. I only wanted you to understand how I felt.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. I should have listened to you.
Your Eminence, your Ladyship. But I believe the same could be... We all want safety, security, prosperity, and we may yet achieve it. Will you join us in...
Yeah.
Thank you, Your... Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. I see that it isn't.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, my lady, but you still do. The dame said it herself, and that goes for you. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain.
Well, I should see if Isabel needs any...
Can we get you anything?
There's no need to worry any longer.
I saw several soldiers being carried to the Vale.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least...
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. I was Carla then. So sought after was I that it was only they who could have... Alas, those house... For naive as I fell in love with a bear. He was my master's guard. The gentlest man I have... After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from... And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and stuck, until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. not long after we arrived, but at least we were able to share a few moments of peace. It was the greatest gift I have ever. But the generosity of this town, and how the men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief, though I was still a stranger to them. And so I swore that I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, and I shan't. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. The people, the soldiers, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call. And what of you? Can we count on your support?
Always. Come on. These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me. Nice try. Gone. Of course.
The garrison said they'd take another run.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find... He must have fled. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. He was nowhere to be seen.
I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he's
the right man for... I believe this is the log...
Eh? Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving...
What? Was it to bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire.
But Sid...
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to...
Of course. We'll await your... Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
Faster!
That'll do, girl. Quentin.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of... Go on, then. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years.
I know it's a lot to ask.
And you'd have me give up what little the people of Lostwing are my family. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to...
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what they want you to speak for those who can't speak for them? If it's the vineyard, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself.
You know that's not.
Then what are you? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You who's to say you couldn't convince the...
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us? Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers.
That would be very much... I hear the roads are far from...
My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape. Uncle, the Field Marshal has agreed to...
Ha! Of course he has.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Portersall. They will await your return there.
One other?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he asked if I might have a solution.
One of your...
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten political... Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier.
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem with the army, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the Grange.
Oh, don't you? The 7 high houses will be... They have all agreed to make the most... Oh, of course, it did take a little, but luckily I had some...
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward, Rockford.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks, and when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush. Now, I must join us there at your earliest convenience, would you? And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still...
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong... That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any... They'll be dead even before you've sent them on your food.
Perhaps I might suggest, though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships.
Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your two such firm friends as yourselves need. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond.
Us?
I can't stand...
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep?
Criminal? How? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young...
Upstanding?
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the state. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance. But if we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, the fate of the world lies in my nephew, but the well-being of her people lies in ours.
Uncle Bar.
Now, with that settled, for what great moment in history hasn't been a... Citizens of Valisthea, I present...
Oh, I thought that was a lot of water.
My boy, the stage
red
is set.
Or tarp of that
it
house
is.
reflecting. Jesus Christ.
This is the role you were born for. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you. I want you to keep this signed.
I will.
What do you think that thing
There's something about it.
You should have seen.
Welcome back, Cid.
Welcome back.
Yes. Welcome back. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear,
No. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on.
Indeed it is. Thank you. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is...
Wait, Sergeant. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all...
with a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade. And but a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he wouldn't do to waste it now.
Fine.
I'll do what? I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I'll show you.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulder.
Couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for it. Chance would be a fine thing.
Forgive me, Cid. This did not play out as I expected.
But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad... Remember that.
I will, Cid.
I found it.
Even though I asked this of you, I fear the executors had seized.
I met with one of the, and I convinced him to let me. He told me something, that the truth is just a matter of collect, and that if enough people believe a lie...
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That, provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the... As the sad history of the Baron.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. She was a heretic, you see. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner, and by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of... She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, and that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one,
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather... But the more I study, the more I find value in this So if you'll permit me, remember, Clive, when enough people believe, give the men and women of this benighted world...
I'll try it.
Motherfucker. Garnick Waylude. 8 Sambreak.
They make an oil down at the docks in Oldale that's as slippery as the sea nasties they render it from.
I hear that did you by any chance?
I did. Yes. There was no sign of a body. Oh.
I pray that at least all their names are here, my friends. I can still remember their faces. Children who were taken from their bunks in the... No explanation.
They'd be happy to know that you survived.
But why did I make it out alive? Once...
It's not your fault. See that their names live on. That way...
I'm going to write a book. An account of the Hall of Valisthea, and in the name of those I lost.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all the time.
Has Midadol mentioned a new...
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
You alright?
Something trouble.
It's just... Eddie's baby will be coming.
I'm sure she'd like...
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in the...
So?
Now, the problem is that Ed is due any day.
Is there anything... All right, then.
A good luck charm.
Not just then.
No. One, there's an outlook in all the realm, or so we used to say back home. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had
Only the big day is fast approaching.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with travel.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through. I think I might make that my first port of call.
You're a good friend.
I have a summer job.
Ah, yes. You spoke of making amends with Dion.
Then I should begin by telling you this was some years ago, of course. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars to supervise, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join. I had not expected to meet with him again.
Have you spoken with him?
No, His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was...
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but and I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone. It is one of my greatest regrets. And what he truly needed, the blame for Dion's transgressions, lies not...
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that...
Then I beg that you bring me... Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found.
Well, it can't hurt. Where can I find this flower?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But...
It's all right. I'll find you a white...
Thank you, Clive.
Guard. Hey.
Good girl.
Faster!
No need to ride from here. Armin's madness lives on. Ambrosia won't help me here. Ready, go? Seems this place has been flooded twice. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Straight home now. Here they are.
And how might I help the garrison?
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue eyes. Do be careful.
I will. This is no time to ride. You deserve a rest. This one's awake. Let's see what's inside. Come on.
Be safe.
That's another one. Tired of these things.
Tenants.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts? All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
So the helm is definitely going to be a thing put on the wall. It's supposed to represent tradition of Joda's questline, I bet. Or maybe just like Silas.
I think I did. It's no trouble.
It's him, I tell you.
First the skies, then the crystal.
What do you want? No scratches, all right? That it? Fine.
Clive. What is to... Go on, then. You got out else? I'll be thankful you got that much. Finished, are you?
Your Highness.
No.
No. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpock? No. I did not after everything I have taken. Countless. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes, but were I to meet with him again and see in his eye...
Then that is all the more reason to test your resolve.
I must, at the very least, offer him my... Very well, then.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A Stolas quill. Or more precisely, my Stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword.
Well, thank you, Harpocrates.
And how might I help the garrison today?
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed... Do be careful.
I will.
Let's go.
Fuck!
Thanks, Gal.
You're the outlaw! The one who drove his highness to madness! On your knees!
He has heard. He doesn't look like he's willing to listen. Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me.
Oh.
A silver chocobo.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming near some gad hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a lie.
We'll see.
Just because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
How do you've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone?
I'm looking for a
If that's the case, no one has seen a word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest.
You're probably right.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Can I help you?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver.
I deal in fruit. But if it's fancies you're after...
Was a silver chocolate?
Oh, yes.
It wouldn't be the first. A silver... Chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here... Ready, go?
Can hardly wait you.
Just the one ago, eh? Drags. They're not left by bandits for a change. What? The chocobo was here. And... I don't hear anything. Well, up. It's all right. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav. It's well. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype. It's still here. A lot smaller than... and you're a lot bigger.
You two go on. I doubt that boat will hold us.
If you're sure. We will... Hop in, boy. This place has changed it all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. In Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. Or I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home. Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. Perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there.
Oh, I saw that before.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
It was no trouble.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on?
Any luck, you say?
crystals crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in there?
It's a long...
Right there on the road to Eastpool.
Everything up there's been abandoned for the empty cabin made for the perfect shelter.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'll find a new home, after all. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their... And now all that's left...
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
If Joshua was worried about Jill... Joshua, I don't think I'd realized how different, but...
I suppose it's not...
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to to let her know that we still need her. Now, but how to do that?
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his... And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up?
To see the snow daisies. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the country.
In the rain. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say...
Then it seems you and Jill have
Man's Hill.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed.
You're saying I should go and scout the area?
I'm saying we should first go and see if... What?
There's something about it.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well. Is...
Wrong? No, nothing like...
Go on. Did you make...
We did. Aye. It's from all of it. It's a good luck charm. I mean... Oh,
I thank you, Milo.
If there's anything you need.
I will.
Fancy a swift off.
I could be convinced. Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother.
Was the bear.
Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again. And a cogwheel. Just a gear's that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight.
Wait, the children. When they took apart your... Now that I think about it, They...
The young'uns? But why would the... I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Sid!
She wasn't hiding. She's just busy working on her...
A new invention? Is it an airship?
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. A brass gear. A tiny one.
Oh, the one...
We saved it, just in case.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling all the pieces that are left over. We keep under our beds.
That's...
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more...
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your...
Thanks, Sid.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they...
Will it work? He's
What exactly are you going to use it?
Only the most. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the... Well... That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
That's stupid. That's a very stupid decision. I mean, like, what the fuck?
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? And I reckon I've got a fair few good...
I'm sure you do.
Alright, so I'm still missing some spots on the wall, which I assume I'm gonna get another couple quests when I do this for whatever reason. Like, I'll probably... Like, I think that last thing might have been ending thing with Cat. And I think this might be my thing with Jonas, which will lead to my thing with Jill. I don't know actually. I still have some empty spots on that wall. I'm gonna stop here. And then next time I'll beat the game. Then probably call it finale fantasy. But for now I'm just gonna call it. Thank everybody for coming in to watch. And